And we're back. Today we finished the exercise tracker. We got pretty much all the logic down and sorted. Okay, so 5555 should still be up. Yeah, it is up. Okay, so this is our exercise tracker. And that's our glitch for it, and then this is our project. Let's figure out what we need to do. Imperium, make a computer in Minecraft. It's already been done. Trying to trick me. How are you doing? College is a bore? Why? What they got you covering now? Okay, so let's clean this all up, since we're not using any of this. We're not using this either. This is my first year in college and I don't have any friends like I did in high school. Well, the beauty of it is you get to make new friends. I'm sure you can still stay in touch with your high school friends. I made 2 new friends today because we're brown. That's something, right? What are you studying at college, Imperium? Of course, everyone's doing computer science. Are you enjoying it? What part of it do you find a bore, though? The actual studies, or just the way it's presented to people? The lectures are just someone always talking. Yeah, I get what you mean. You don't get a lot of hands-on, do you? But it'll get there. Soon you'll get to the point where you actually have to do things, right? It's still early days. Is it 3 years? How many years are you doing? I did a lab today, which was pretty fun. Well, there you go. I'm in a community college for a year, then I'm transferring to another college for 3. Alright, so 4 years in total. So there's a lot of things. Is this your first year? Hmm. Yeah, you did say it is your first year, so yeah, things are about to get really exciting. Imagine years 2 and 3, especially a 4th year. Wow. I just need to remember all the syntax. Yeah, you will. The more you do things, the more you build things, you'll definitely remember the things that you need. It will honestly just come as naturally as breathing. So this thing's complaining because it expects to return a value. Should probably just throw error. Can we do that? There we go. Now it's not going to complain. So we were doing something with the error, but we weren't actually returning. And then the root for get exercises. Probably wrap this in a try catch block. So we need res.json exercises, and if there's an error, we need this. If there's an error, we need to return res.status error.status .json error.reason. So we need to return an error object. So something like this. And this would only happen if there was a get exercises. An error occurred retrieving the exercises. Please try again. We'll just call it retrieve error or whatever, and then throw retrieve error. So then we have a status and a reason for any errors. So then we pretty much covered. Right, I have to revert to single models. All the single models. I also need to type faster. That will also happen with experience. Like, you're bound to do it. You'll just constantly be typing and typing. This is finding all the users. We can turn this into a async function, and then users equal to await user.find. Then we're not going to have a then and all that stuff. So that's going to be the users, and after it's done, user array equal to an empty thing like that. We're not going to have a catch. And then what we're going to do is users for each user. We're going to do something like that. So users for each user user array dot push username, there we go, like that. And then we return the user array once it's done. And then we're going to wrap this in a try block. Just stick this all into a try block. Catch any error. And it's going to be similar to this. just call it list error to be safe. So users for each user, user array.push, and then return the user array. That should literally be it. And then the list we can wrap into a try and throw that in there, and then catch any error and do res.status error.status, respond with a JSON error.reason, because we should have status and reason from there. Status and reason, yeah. Users equal to await, list all users, res.json users. Let's just make sure that's still working. If we go API, exercise users, it should still work the same. Yeah, there you go. Still works the same. Cool. So we turn that into an async await. Aylin, good to see you back. And how is college life treating you? Sebastian! It ain't beautiful yet? No, it's not beautiful yet. But the code's at least beautiful. Everything's async await now. New user. That's the last one that I need to clean up. That's nice, that's nice, that's nice. This one's not nice. So let's see. Username. We don't need to log that anymore. Try. That should technically all be part of the try. And why are we doing res.status? Oh, right. We don't need the response. Let's go look at when we create a new user. What are we trying to do? User equal to new user. So that's the user. Oops. Let's not delete that. What was I saying here? I could create a, oh, these were all the requirements, so we can get rid of that. Return user.save, then response. No, we want to do created user equal to user.save. Await user.save, and then turn this into an async function. What are we trying to do? Save, then response. This is what we're trying to return. Let's get rid of all of that. So essentially we want to return username and ID from created user. So status 200, and then we want username and ID. Username and ID from response. And I think I wanted it the other way around. I think we said we want ID first. So ID and username from response, and then return status 200, then ID and username. And then let's wrap this all in a try. Whoops. Let's throw a catch in there. And we're gonna throw the username is already taken if there's an error. That should be it. What theme is that, by the way? This? For VS Code? It's just the default theme. The dark theme. And then we can use Lin to test if this is still working. So we have our try. And this needs to come from created user. And then we finally return status 200 ID username, catch any errors. It's not technically the username is taken if we get an error here. So let me try something. I want to see what it's going to say when we try to create a user that already exists. So I create myself. Oh, okay, it does. Cool. And then the root should be try. This should be created user. And if there's an error, res.status, error.status.json, error.reason. Perfect. Beautiful. So all of these use async await. And let's just see if we can still create a new user. Here we go. Lin543. Yep. Lin gets created, and then if we go to API exercise users, do we see Lin in the list? Yeah, we do. Lin is user number 10. Great stuff. Okay, so it's working. Much nicer to use async await than the thenables. Okay, so now we need to change it back to the original user model instead of the test model. That's the next thing we need to do. And then whatever changes we made in test, we need to convert. So user was just username and exercises. It doesn't look any different. But exercise schema has obviously these things. Where's the exercise model? Because it essentially needs to look like this. There we go. and then we will eventually get rid of tests once I make sure that these are working. Revert from model test to these two. So we do use exercise, yeah we do, and do we use user anywhere? Yeah we do. Okay, so now they're both reverted back to their respective ones. So let's see if this still works. API exercise users, this should still list all of the users, yes it does. API user ID, right, so that works nicely still. And if I and limit equal to 5, limit it to just 5, yeah that's working. And if I limit it from from 20, let's say to 2018. Is there anything before? Yeah, 2016 and 2014. Perfect. And what if I did to 2012? It should show 0. Great. And that error works perfectly. And we obviously need a 404. Cool. I think we're good to actually start. Let me remove these comments. Let us remove this comment. And let us delete test. Test, we don't need you anymore. It's nice knowing you. What did I use for the 404? Oh, right. So we don't need to look at these anymore. Looks good. So if we use app.use roots, the last one needs to be the 404 one. So I think essentially we can literally just apply this right here. So if we try to access anything that doesn't exist, the resource you're trying to access cannot be found. Great. So we should still be able to go to API, users, and if I try users 2, it should just be not found. Great. So that's at least some basic error handling. Nothing fancy, just, you know, simple enough. Now let's get the look working. We're gonna have to copy the HTML for from our previous project. And I don't know if I want submit buttons like this. It's an API, it's not a front end, you know what I mean? It's an API, so I think we're just going to document it. I'm going to copy what we have here, but in essence we're just going to what's my last project? The timestamp one. Let's copy whatever was in here and just replace it there, and then we just change things. This is the exercise tracker. Is it a microservice? Yeah, it is. So exercise tracker microservice. We're going to copy everything as it was and change this to exercise tracker. We don't really have a description to write, do we? Because before it did one specific thing. This does multiple things. We will still list them obviously with the endpoints. So we have API. Let's list all our endpoints. So that is a post. This is a get. So let's start with that one. API exercise users. Parameter, do we have? Yeah, we have a parameter of use. No, we don't. I'm gonna have to look at the one that said none before. The URL shortener. Oh, it was just a post and then a response. I literally didn't have anything else. No parameter. So strong, after the strong. Okay, there it is, in here. So get API exercise users. returns a list of registered users. Parameters. Let's see what we got so far, so I can just visualize. It's gonna be quite different. Oh, we need the CSS as well, don't we? That would kind of help, wouldn't it? There we go. That's a bit better. So endpoints, get API exercise users, returns a list of registered users. Actually, I want to see an example of another one that we did. Oh, that's with the parameter. And then we list every parameter and what it does. And then example requests, example response, response definitions. Okay, so first list all our endpoints. We got our get. There's also a post. There's two posts. So CRUD is create, read, update, delete. So technically create should be first, this one. API exercise new user. That's going to be a post. Label API exercise new user. So what do you need a post with? Oh, you need to give it the username. Wait, can I actually do this? I haven't tested with this, but can you actually just do new user? Johnny. No? Or do you do that? So it's not and username. Because it's an actual form. So you're literally just posting to new user. With the data being username. Okay. So post. Returns the created user info if successful. There we go. See what we have so far. There's a post. And then we have two others, I believe. We have exercise add. And that also has parameters and stuff that we have to take into account. But that is a post as well. Cool. So we have new user and we have add. But actually we shouldn't specify what it returns because that's in the... We'll have this somewhere else. I need to work around this. Let me just get all the methods down first. Endpoints post, get. There's one more, isn't there? API exercise log. This has parameters as well of from, to, and or limit. That's a get request. Yeah. So it was log that we needed. Are these parameters? I do believe they are. That's required. And what about the optional ones? That you specify required. Yeah. So we need... Wait, log needs user ID. So it was API exercise. Oh, so that's the query. I don't think we've dealt with queries before. I'm gonna have to look at that API thing we looked at before when we were documenting. Because we've only ever had APIs. Was there one for a query? Query parameters and body parameters. And path. Oh. Path and query. That could be an option. So that's path parameters. So user ID. Okay, so we need a query string parameter and path parameters. Path parameters and query parameters. These are path, and I think we already have that. So we have path parameters, and then we essentially need query parameters. So query parameters. What do those actually look like? Because we know the ones wrapped in. That's the user ID. It's a short URL. That's going to be user ID if I'm not mistaken. You know what's weird? That they're doing it as a query. If it was a parameter, like a path parameter, shouldn't it be log / the user ID? And then question for the queries. Why are they doing it this way? It's so strange. Because then it's not a parameter. Because if I go API exercise log, it's a query parameter then. I can't just go something like log / that user. And then limit equal to, 5, something like that. We have to literally do so it's a query parameter. It's not a path parameter. There's no path. Because those are the parameters. Okay. So essentially all that means is that we remove the entire path parameters table. Keep it simple. We just have query parameters. Like that. And then we need a question mark. So the root is log question mark user ID and so the and needs to look different from I need more examples to see how I'm gonna do this. Because those are examples of how we're gonna lay it out. Isn't this gonna be dumb? And 2 equal to 2 and limit. I think that's gonna look a bit dumb. But the example I think doesn't contain a... Those are actual examples, which we would do in our example one, but that's not what I'm looking for. Where's the one with queries? That's path. Or we could just... Because I remember how much I struggled with this in the beginning, and I want to make sure it's as simple as possible. Otherwise we're just gonna have to do... Because you want them to know it's user ID equal to user ID, from equal to from, but that's like pointless, like duplicating it, it's the same. So maybe we can just do log user ID and from and to, see how that will look, and limit, and then specify what all those are and then give examples maybe? No, that doesn't look good at all. And the thing is, if I have query parameters below here, they need to be there. Well, I could make it italic and have the ats be normal. Let's see, in... Where did I have parameter? There's parameter. Let's do query. Same color, but maybe let's do... No, we're not going to do a text decoration. How do you get it italic again? I forgot. That's a text decoration, but we're not going to have any of that. Wasn't there text emphasis? No. Wait, that's also for colors, which is weird. Was it something to do with font? Font style, yes. Italic, there we go. Let's maybe change it font style to italic. So that should give it enough of a difference. Still keep the color the same, obviously. And then I'm going to try a combination of the two to see if it still contrasts. Query. Wait, where'd the rest of it go? Did I just completely wipe out? Oh, I did. Not bad. Okay, so let's see how that looks. User ID. Wow. The user ID and from. Yeah, so maybe the and should be the ampersand should be orange. What's gonna look best? Yeah, this would have been simple if it was like what we did before, but it's nothing like that. Yeah, so we're gonna have an orange class as well. Exactly what I was gonna do. So that we can just span the ats. Something like that. We need to you know what we should do? We should make the queries maybe not be strong. As in strong ends with path, right? Like so. Actually, the query part shouldn't be part of it. It's just gonna look like that. And then make parameters strong. Font style. Isn't there strong? There's normal, there's oblique, there's italic. Oh, it's probably font weight then. So font weight bold, whatever bold would be. There you go, user ID. Now it looks a bit strange. Oh, but then again, it would never start like that. Queries would be not bold. We're just using parameters, so that should be fine. Then let us change up this to query. And then wherever we have an at, that needs to look like that. And then we need query for the rest of the spans. That should be it. We should make that italic. User ID and I think the and should be italic as well, because it's part of a query. If we're going to make it all italic, it would just make sense. But now I don't want to wrap them in a emphasis tag. But it seems I'm gonna have to. Oh well, it's a simple project. It's not like we have it in React or anything. So we could technically add a class. We already have orange. Instead of wrapping it in yet another tag, we could just add something to our style. Italic. Was it text? No, it wasn't text emphasis. It was font weight. No, it wasn't font weight. What am I doing? Font style. Italic. There you go. And then we just do italic orange. Wherever we have orange, we just add italic before it. I think that's it. And now we have user ID and from and to and limit. Finally. Phew. And then in the parameters, class becomes query. And then instead of date, we have user ID. And for for each one we need to duplicate this. After user ID, it is from. Required? No. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, so we just need from, to, and limit, obviously. And then we need to set a class of row alt to the secondary one. Like so. And then after user ID we had to, well from and then to, and then row alt was limit. See how that looks. What if I had multiple parameters? We had the timestamp. What was the other one? It wasn't just a timestamp. We had a URL. We also had a timestamp. Let's look at these two quick. Oh, we never had multiple, so we wouldn't know what it would look like. But I assume it would alternate, just like we have. I think it should alternate. Cool, so now we just document what these are, and then we give some example request and response. And then define what each response definition is. Okay, now I gotta make sure these don't make it seem as if they get responses. I need to specify what the post does, because right now I'm describing what the return would be. So what does this do? Get API access log. Returns a list of exercises for a given user. I want to see if I can be a bit more verbose on that. I think I was in one of my other ones. So that one's required, the rest are not required. I've got to specify that. Change that to no, and you can optionally specify to and from date as well as a maximum amount of exercises to return. And or a maximum amount of exercises to return. There we go, that's better. I like that. And then that's required, that's not required. So what is user ID? Refers to the user ID of the user you wish to return exercises for. Refers to the ID of the user you wish to return exercises for. There we go, that's better. And then from refers to a date that you want exercises returned. Refers to the date that you want exercises returned up until. And then limit refers to the maximum amount of exercises to return. There we go, that's a bit better. Still a mess, but yeah. Oh well. And we should still have a post. So in the pre, let me see if I do add user like that. Will that actually show up? Oh, it actually will. So we could do a strong and say something like add a user, and that's where we're going to need that post. I think the only one that did that was the URL shortener. And we literally had a form in the pre. See what that looks like. So that's how I add a user. And what did theirs look like? They had a submit. We just say submit. See how that looks. And where it says URL to be shortened, we're just going to say add a user. We're not going to put a value in there. Unless the point of that was the URL shortener example that it gives you. I could technically put dead mono in there. Oh, but it needs to add it, and it will clash if it already exists. Let's not have a preset value. Enter a username. There we go, add user, enter a username into this box, dead mono. And then you hit submit. Will it actually do it? I can't remember how I set this up. Oh, it actually does, form action. So it will do create. The create one, API exercise add. This should be username input. That could be username input. Name, username, placeholder, submit. There you go. And let's see what it does. If we hit that mono into there, which already exists. It should say, wait, that's API exercise add. No, wrong one. It was create API exercise new user. My bad. So what happens if you enter nothing? The username is taken, please try another. Huh. Okay, and if we do dead mono 1, 2, 3, there we go, it actually works. That's cool. I want the code to look different if I say add a user. So whatever the background for that is, it's not the box shadow, it's literally just the background. But if I can make the background for the code a bit darker, then the bottom part that says add a user would look something like this. Add a user. So when we have multiple bits of code, is there padding bottom on this? No? Why does it seem like there's some padding? Oh, there is. But it's not where we think it is. There you go. It's the margin. 10 pixel margin. So what we need to do is wrap in a dark background. Oh, is background already? So just background. It was just margin 10 pixels, I think. And then dark. Background. Like that. So snippet and dark. Let's add that. Snippet and dark. There you go. But now obviously the only problem with that is contrasts quite heavily and doesn't look that good. It looked fine when we were doing it, you know, for the user input. but for text blocks it doesn't look that good. Let's remove dark and just leave snippet. Then we won't need this break. This should be a 10 pixel margin, which apparently there wasn't for some reason. Should it be padding instead? Oh no, it's not. Padding just weird. The margin doesn't affect it the way I thought it would. Huh. Interesting. Oh, it does add it. You can see it there. Above. But unless we need box sizing. No, box sizing doesn't affect it. So it's there, the only problem is that add a user. Unless instead of snippet we have title. Just do code title or example title. And then do something like that. Hopefully that will give me what I want now. No? Still not? Ah! It's like it's not respecting it. And box sizing obviously doesn't affect it at all. The only thing I could think of is instead of a span tag we need a p tag. It's the only thing I could think of a paragraph because spans don't respect it. Yeah, that seems to have worked. But I think now having the title gives it too much. Yeah, it does. Let's remove example title and just do a p tag like so. I wonder if I should underline it. If it would look better. Just so you know what it belongs to. Oh, is there no underline for what am I doing? An ordered list instead of an underline. Maybe that's a bit easier. Because we need to add a user and we need to add an exercise. Then let's set it to create a user instead. And then the other one's going to be a add, then exercise. And that's going to have multiple things. We need user ID, description, duration, date. the user ID input. Description, duration and date. Duration and date. This is user ID, this is duration, no, that's description. That is duration, and that is date. Enter user ID. That'd be a bit better. Add an exercise, yeah. You know what we should do? We should randomly generate a username and then have it put into there each time. Maybe that's too much effort. Because obviously the example request needs to correspond with the example response, but we have no idea what the response would be. So we could pre-populate these. Oh yeah, we'll figure that one out. But these can be static the whole time. That's not an issue at all. And these can all be linked to me, Dead Mono. Let's get my user ID real quick. So my user ID is that. We're going to use that as the default. So the placeholder, now we can just set that as value. Let's see if that sticks. Yeah, it does. Perfect. actually want to have a script in here. Let's try it. It has the ID, description input. Let's try a script tag. Document.get element by ID dot value. Is it value? It's either value or inner HTML. Let's see if this will actually work, because then I can embed the script. There you go. It actually worked. So now we just need a random array of exercises. I'm actually putting way too much effort that I should have. But it's fine. Exercises equal to, and then we're gonna have an array. So I have something like running, swimming, tennis, golf, cricket, boxing, bowling, cycling. What other exercises are there? Push-ups, sit-ups, yoga, squats, what other exercises? Let's get one more, 13, my favorite number. So running, swimming, tennis, golf, cricket, boxing, bowling, cycling, push-ups, sit-ups, yoga, squats. One more. Kayaking maybe? No kayaking. And then we need to alphabetize all of this, because, you know, OCD will not allow me. Okay, I got it. So this should be the list alphabetized. Oops. Messed up here now. Where'd all my extra thingies go? Kayaking is a real word, promise. There we go. Bowling, boxing, cricket, cycling, golf, kayaking, push-ups, running, sit-up, squats. So now we're going to randomly pick one. And then we're gonna description input. Was it a description? Yeah. Is gonna be exercises math.floor math.random times exercises.length. That should give us a random exercise each time, hopefully. We got golf. Did I say golf? Where'd golfing go? Yeah, it's random. Cool. Why did I say golf? Golfing, kayaking, push-ups, running, boxing, squats, swimming, tennis, yoga. Cool. So now we're going to get a random exercise each time for that one. What else can we populate? Enter the duration. The duration needs to be random as well. Anything between 0 and 60, I guess? And then the date. I guess we could just have the date like right now. Maybe? So... document.getElement by ID description. It's not description, it is duration. Value equal to... Can we just do a... What happens if we do a math.floor math.random times 60? Will that work? 40 minutes? 35? It's gonna be average around there. 31 will be... Yeah, there we go. That works. So now it's always random. Got 35 again though. 2. 2 minutes of boxing. Look at that. And then the date the exercise was performed on. I think I just want to do date.now. Date input. Value equal to date. Is it date.now? Is it like that? Let's see how it constructs the date. Oh, but that's in milliseconds. How do I do year? Because that's the requirement, isn't it? The requirement is year, month, day. I think we can do get year, can't we? Get year. Is get year a function? I can't remember if it's a function. Oh, it's get full year. And I can't remember if it's... we need to create it on a date object already, or if that would just work. Yeah, we need a new date. Date equal to new date. And then can we do date.get full year? Would that give us like 2019? It does. And then we do a thingy like this, string literal. Was it forward slash or was it hyphen? I can't remember. How did they want it? Hyphen. And then we need a month, which would be, is it get month? Date.get month, hopefully. What do we get, like 08? I need a pad. Ah. So let's see. Date.get month less than 10. If it's less than 10, do 0. Do literally a 0 plus date.get full month. Otherwise, do date.get month. Like so. Think that should work? I messed it up. Broke it. What did I break? Oh, that. Wait, that should be a date.get month less than 10. Yeah, that should be it. There you go. 08. And if the date was actually, you know. Wait, what? The 8th month? It's the 8th month? Today? What? The date? The date? How the hell is it the 8th month? What month does it think we're in? Thursday, September the 12th, 2019. Correct. Then why is it 08? January is 0. Oh. So September is 8. So you have to +1 it. Okay. That should fix it. 2019-09. And then lastly we need year, month, day. We need a hyphen. And then we need one of these things again. If it's less than 10, add a 0 to get day. And then that should be it. Today is the 5th. Is today? No, today is not the 5th. So what does get day do? Oh, okay, that's the wrong one. We need, what's get day? That's the full date. Why is day not what we think it would be? So the day of the week. Okay, that doesn't work. What is the one that we want? It's not the time that we want. And it's not hours. How do I get the actual day? Like if today's the 12th, why is that so hard? We got get full year, which works. We got month, which works. Why doesn't day work? How do you get today's date? Get day. Does not work the way you think it would. It's a day of the week. Am I missing something? Am I gonna have to calculate? Wait, what does get date do? Return day of... Oh my god, get date, really? Okay, I don't know if we have to +1 that. Probably don't. It thinks today is the 13th, today is the 12th, so I don't have to +1 that. For the get date. There we go. So there's a random example, there's a random duration, and there's today's date. And obviously my user ID, Deadmano. That's really cool. And then the response, we need to just have it automatically generate what the response will be. Or add an exercise. So where we have add an exercise, add an exercise. See if that works. Need a space. What happened there? Oh, I didn't end the code, that's why. No, there's something still messed up. Example response, we got a pre and we end the pre. Then we got code that ends that. Then we got code. Where's the code? Oh, we're not ending the code, that's why. Okay. Perfect. And then this needs to populate based on, you know, what the key is. And what will a response like that look like? Well, we need to change this to the other one, API exercise add. There we go. And that's what it should look like. We need to format the date to be in let's see what toDate string is again. Oh, that looks nice. We just do toDate string in the response. When we do the add exercise, can we do toDate string? Would that work? The response. Let's see if that will work nicely. Let's do another one. See what happens if I do that. Oh, it's 2 days. It needs to be an actual date, that's why. Let's try this. Oh yeah, that works. So we need to make sure it's a date object first. We probably got an error for that, didn't we? No, we didn't. But this is probably not a date. So let's just create a new date, exercise.date, toDate string. And then let's see if it will do that for us. No, it doesn't. Wait, that's when we get exercise. Oh my god. I feel so dumb. So we don't need to do new. We just do exercise.date toString. That's if we get. Yeah, that's working. We get Wednesday, perfect. So you just do toDate string. And when we create, add exercise, response.date toDate string. There we go. So if we add something new, like squats, Thursday, there we go. So we're going to base it on this example. This is what we're modeling the response on. Okay, so the key needs to be _ID, and the other key needs to be username, and the other key needs to be description, and the other key needs to be duration, and lastly the final key is date. Now the ID needs to be the ID that was entered. It's a string, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So we got user ID input. This is user ID response. This would be username response, description response, duration, so there's our IDs. What does a date look like in a JSON object, I wonder? Oh, it's a string. Dot value equal to we need to know what the response would be though. We wouldn't know that prior, would we? Got the commas. Typical, even in code. Better. So that and that duration. Oh, and the date, right. Well, as long as it stays the same. We just change description and duration and date. Description dot value equal to duration equal to duration, and then There we go. We got date string, description, duration. Description, duration, date string, there we go. And then this is set to description. And then get element by ID, add duration is duration, and add date equal to date string. There we go. So now this thing should change based on whatever the random thing is in here. So if it says cricket 24, the response. Okay, that didn't work. Which is strange. Is add description, it does exist, yeah. ID equal to add description. And it has running. And we want to replace running. Oh, because we're doing dot value instead of dot in our HTML. That's why. There we go. I think we just do date to date string. Should give us what we want. Yeah. So swimming 29/29. Thursday, September 12th, 2019. That's how it should respond if we were to add it right now. And let's see if that's true. We get a response with same ID, did mono, swimming, duration of 29, and the date. Yeah, looks pretty much identical. If I pretty print it. Yeah, pretty much identical. Exactly it. Wow. The only downside to this is obviously if they were to somehow change the user ID. Maybe I should lock it so they're not allowed to change it. They could just change kayaking and that. Because if they change this, we won't know what the user is and if it exists until it's changed. So let's see how we can do read only, I guess. So we make it read only, so you can't change it. Netley, hey, sorry, can I repeat the question? What question? I was just talking to myself. I was just going to disable the input so the user can't change this. Because what I've done is basically automatically generate examples for adding an exercise. So here we would have cricket and 24 and the current date. And obviously, based on this randomly generated example, we show what the response would be from that randomly, changed example. So there's cricket 24 on Thursday, September 12th. So that works great now. They won't be able to change the user ID, so we don't have to worry about ID or username changing. Now the only thing that needs to change, I'm wondering if I want to control input, but we're not using React, so this is going to be a bit harder. But essentially, if I change the value, well, we could technically have an onChange script. So like onChange, then we change this. Maybe, let's see how hard it's going to be to implement that. Let's try it with description. So onChange, let's call handle change. And then handle change will be a function in here inside our mini script thing. Expected? What's it expecting? Maybe I can't use the arrow function in the script tag. Function handle change. Let's see what the event is. Log the event. So every time we change username, we should see something in our console. No, I mean description. So we don't. So on change only happens when we move away. So it's not on change. What other options do we have? I hate being this lazy, to be honest, Farhan. What are you doing? What options do we have? On change, on click, on form input. We could do on input. Let's try that. Yeah, perfect. There we go. That's working. So we have nothing on the event, but it is calling it. Let me see what happens if we do this. There we go. There's the event. And then inside the event, we should have the value. What if we do event.target.value? The event target, event.target, and then if I remember correctly, event target value would be event.target.value. So now we should get the value as we're typing. So golfing 2, golfing 3, yeah, perfect. Okay, we got it. So it's event.target.value. So all we do is we take that and we update this. So how do we make that happen? Essentially, we need to update add description. That's all we need to do. So document.getElementById Oh, but we don't know what the target is. We don't know what it's linked to. Wait, what was the event target again? The event target was description input. So we could do a switch. Well, since there's only 3, we could do an if. Something like this. If event.target.id equal to description input, then document.getElementById add description.innerHTML equal to whatever the user put in right now, which is event.target.value. So let's see what happens. So we have kayaking right there. If I type in kayaking 123, there we go. It changed description to. We can probably see it in real time. Let me. Yeah, as I'm typing, it's updating. So controlled forms in React, and if it's empty, sweet. So we'll literally get an example. So whatever the user were to input, we can show what the response would be from the server without even getting a response from the server. That's beautiful. Duration, we need to do the exact same thing. And date, yeah, pretty much the same thing for date as well. And so there's only 3 things. We can get away with literally just 3 if statements. I don't usually like this. I'll probably use a switch, but if it's only 3, so description input, then we need description duration, add duration event.target.value without the quotes. So then that should work for duration. So duration is 24. Okay, that didn't work. Why? If event.target.id, isn't it description duration? Oh, it's duration input. There we go. This is way more complex stuff. Literally just for oh, because we don't have the freaking on change. I didn't add the on change to it. This is so complex just for a user document though. Oh well. Input. There we go. Now it should work. Oh, but now it's changing it for both. What? Why are they linked? Wait, why are they linked? If event.target.id description input, document.getElementById add description.innerHTML equal to event.target.value. I think we're somehow holding on to the previous value for some reason. Why is it updating them both? That's my issue now. Shouldn't be. If event.target.id equal to description input, they're 2 completely separate things. Oh, I don't think we were checking correctly. Let me see if I was right. Yeah, I wasn't checking correctly. Okay, phew. It was my bad. I was doing literally a single check type. Okay, there we go. With a duration. Perfect, 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 perfect. And then lastly, if event.target.id equal to duration, so it's date input, add date becomes event.target.value. But I think we might run into an issue there. Oh, and we also need to add it. Yeah, that's what I thought. We need to turn it into an actual date. So in the function, we do event.target.value dot to. Now we need to turn it into a date. New date event.target.value to date string. I think that should be fine. If we change a 12 to a 13. Alright, there you go. Yeah, there you go, it's working. But now if they mess it up, you get invalid date. But that's perfect. It will just say invalid date until you enter a correct date. Perfect. I wonder if we should just use a date picker for that instead though. So where do we have this input? Type text. Type. That can be a number technically. Let's see what happens if I add number to it. Let's make sure that this is readable. Cool, perfect, it is. And then let us set this type to date. And then we should get a date picker. Yeah, we do. Why is it so large now? But at least we get a date picker, so that's cool. So if I vertical align, can I center this? Vertical align middle doesn't change anything. So the only downside for it to be this way is that it doesn't look as nice. So do we actually want to go and add this in for the user? It's not a front-end application. It's supposed to be an example of a back-end. I don't think I'm going to do it. I think I'm just going to rather have it as text. Screw it, because I don't want it to mess up my layout. This I'll leave as a number, because that's great. So this I don't think can I go negative? It can apparently. So we need a minimum of 1. So if I change, where's duration? So now we can't go under. Oh, nice. Cool, that worked. And I'm seeing it literally update in front of our very eyes. That's so cool. That makes me happy. And then we need a random name generator. We need colors. I feel that might be overkill. But creator user should respond with the user ID. And that's again something that we don't know until it's actually created. Yeah, maybe we should just have it dead mono and read only again at the top. Then we don't have to worry about that. Create a user. Because now it will always say dead mono. But if you try to submit, it will say the username's already taken. So maybe we should disable the submit button. Or actually have it respond. If you try to create a user, and it's specifically... Let's go there where we try to create a user. If username equal to dead mono, then we return this. Status 200. The username, and then the ID, which is dead mono's ID. If username equal to dead mono, user dot find username. There we go. So if the username is Ditmana, we'll find that username. So now we should get a different response. But this only takes us out of the if. What is it returning though? It returned a 200, but an empty JSON object. Let's see if this actually even logs the way that it should be. ID defined, undefined, user undefined, that's why. Okay. Let's see what example says. We might actually be trying to find the wrong thing. There it is. Username, Detmana, and ID. This is what it finds. It's an array. This is what we're getting. I think we need to do find one, that's why. Because find will return an array of them. There we go. Username and the ID. Why is my ID is different? API, exercise users. What is Ditmana's? Bitmono's ID ends in D8C5D. Which one were we using? We were using D1C. Who's D1C? No freaking idea. Let's update that. There we go, it's working. There we go. So create a user. We'll return that ID and username. That's what it should look like if we return it. So let's go and try. Can't change it. Submit. Does it look the same? So username first. Wait, why is it putting the username first? I said ID first, then username. It's random. Why username first? Oh, right. When we're returning it, we then created user instead of ID, like this. There we go. That's better. And it returns an actual string. Like so. Yeah, it's identical. Everything looks exactly the same. Cool. Create a user. Add an exercise. We can also do the log. Get a list of exercises. Let's try API exercise log user ID. We're going to use my user ID. And from equal to 2019-01-01. Limit equal to, let's say, 5. Was there nothing? 2019 01st? If I change it, oh okay, I see. If I change it to the 13th being the limit. It should do one less, because why till the 12th? Nothing, but on the 13th you get the 12th. The URL is too long now. If we skip the from, then we should be fine. We just set the 2. There we go, that works. And then let's just do some variety thereof. From the 1st of September and limit to 5. Let's do 2018 1st of the 1st. These are identical. If this one is from 2018, the earliest will always be on top, I think. That's how it works. We need an example response as well. Wait, is fetch built into JavaScript? Can I just use it directly? That actually worked. Why is username at the end? That's weird. Should be ID, username, then count, and then the log. But username's at the bottom. But when we click on it, we get the right response. Yeah. Anyway, that doesn't matter. We can use it to populate the response. That's 18 courier. That's 16. So you can't put a href. on an input. Oh, that sucks. Let's try this. And get rid of all the other ones. Oh, that works. Except the width is not quite 100%. Something allows it to get full width. I don't know if it's the A. Let's try to add it in a span tag. No, that doesn't make a difference either. So adding min width. Okay, so there's something definitely here. There's almost like a margin or something. Let's try to check. Okay, that worked. If I do it in a p tag. There you go. When you click this, you'll get these things, and that's what we need in the console. Create a user. Add an exercise. Okay, so we got create a user, add an exercise, get a list of a user's exercises. See how that looks. And it needs to look like this. We need a JSON format here. Actually, this could be JavaScript. So there's ID, there's username, there's count, which is a integer, 5. Then we have log. This should say description, and this should say swimming. Duration, integer, 50, and then the final one is date. Let's see what that looks like. We needed to say log off the count. And I'm pretty sure we had it say log. There we go. Should look like that. Perfect. It looks identical again. We got it working. Okay, so all we have to do now is populate this from the fetch request that we sent and change username to the response, ID to the response, count to the, obviously, count, and log to whatever the log is. So it's just view user ID. So view, 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 view. So ID, count, log, and username. See what that gives us. There's the log. And we get each one, and that's basically what we need to populate for each one. We need to figure out how to do that. And then get the element by ID, view user ID, view count, let's change it to username. Let's change the ID to the username. Inside of that, sorry. So now we should see ID change to deadman. There you go. That actually works. So now we know it's updating. It's pretty cool. And we have to make sure that it's quoted because it is a string. Boom. And now we know that example will always stay current. Okay, so the username should change to the ID. Yes, it worked. change that to the username. And then we need count. You count. There you go. And then we obviously change that to count. Actually, it doesn't even have to be anything other than a variable. And then the log will obviously change. We need a for each. Let's see what it looks like. There we go. We got each one. Swimming. We just need date, description, and duration. So now we've got for each. Now what do we do with it? We need to create basically a copy of what it looked like. The span with everything. It needs to look like that. How do we escape this? I've got to figure out how to escape this. I wonder how I get the literal... Let's see what we get. Oh, it does show up like that. Cool. Look at that. So that's what it will look like in our code. And the key is description, duration, and date. We don't need a ID. We just need a span afterwards. And then the date, obviously. Which is exercise. The description. Let's try that and see what we get. Swimming, yoga, cycling, squats, running. It actually worked. And they're all 50. If we change all the 50s to be exercise duration. Now there should be a duration too. There it is. 50, 39, 59, 22, 35. That actually worked. And then the date is just exercise dot date. And then let's see if it becomes Thursday or whatever. Yeah, it does. Wow. There's no comma on the last one. Then we need to do test.substring 0 test.length -1. That should remove the last comma for the last one only. Wait, that should have worked. Was there two of them? Was there extra space? No, there isn't. Weird. Should have been -1 then. Let's see what the length of it is to see if it's actually working. The length is 1387, yeah. So it should have removed it, but it didn't. Oh, because I have to assign it. Now it's 1386. Oh, because we're adding a new line to it each time. There we go. So now we've got the entire one. So we should be able to replace view log. What was view log? With test. We do need a class for the strings though. If it's string or integer, etc. Class equal to string, perfect. Now all we need to do is change view log to start inside of it actually. Let's see if this will change it. Oh damn, that was fast. And that seemed to work just perfectly. Let's see if that is an exact copy of the service one. We're missing the... Seems to be the same. Yeah, the only thing we're missing is the closing... this closing thing. So we need to put it outside of that. Like so. Needs to be one down. We need a new line. Okay, that worked, but it's too far now. It's very strange because it does open and close on the same one. It's just two more. It needs to be two more. Okay, and if we don't add that, then the issue is... Let's do it with the array. Let's do it inside of the brackets. That looks good. And then I have to just create a new line for that. Except now it goes all the way back there. There we go. Let's see if that's correct. And I can't believe how much time I've spent on this. But it seems to be correct. Yeah, seems to be fine. And we all know because if I change this to 10, if I change this to any number like a 6, or update to 5, there we go. So this one's yoga, and this is 39, and Thursday, September the 12th. And after yoga we have cycling at 59 minutes. And the reason why we have a static version first is just in case there's no JavaScript and I can't update, then at least we have something to show. And the final one. And after that is squats for 22. And then we have running for 35. And that's how we can tell it's correct, because it's so cool. So running was 35. And then you should see nothing change here because there were no changes. But if I was to add something now, like this, golfing, when we go back, oh, where's the golfing stuff actually? Limit to 10. There's a golfing right there, it's number 6, that's why. But if there was something added prior, then it would have shown. Beautiful. So there's create a user, and that'll be the response. Add an exercise, that'll be the response. Get a list of a user's exercises, that'll be the response. These need to all open in new windows. I think we can just add target blank to these posts. Let's see. Yeah, that worked. Cool. So we got user ID, we got from, we got to, we got limit. Refers to the ID of the user you wish to return. So API exercise users. Can I limit it to 5? I can't remember. I don't think it has limit equal to 5. No, it doesn't. Let me delete these extra users. We won't use them anymore. Okay, so that's all the users cleaned up. And now if we run this, we should only get a few. Should be ID and then username for list. That's better. And then we should specify that multiple might come through. We should specify that it returns a list. We should get a response with ID and username. We need ID and username. Those are the only two we need. Cool, that's identical. Cool. Let's copy this 5 times. And who's next on the list? Boki Smoky. There we go. That looks good. Just keep duplicating that. That's 3. That's 4. And that's 5. So that's dead mono over there. We got a Sebastian MTG over there. Then we got a Meeches over there. Yeah. So that's what it should look like. There's no comma on the last one. And then we should probably add a dot 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 after that. Something like that. let's get the responses. It is ID, then username, ID, username, description, duration, date, duration, date, ID, username, description, duration, date. Yeah, that's all we need. And then let's just make sure the types are correct. ID is a string. Username is a string. Description is a string. Duration is an integer. And date is a string. A randomly generated unique identifier for a user. The description of a given exercise. Duration. The randomly generated unique identifier for a user. The unique name not really identify, so we could just say the unique name created by a user. The description of a given exercise, the amount of time the given exercise was performed for, and then the date the exercise was performed on in a readable format. That's an integer, by the way, limit. Limit is a integer. I think that's pretty much it. There we go, and then this should be better. Adds a new exercise to a given user, creates a new user from a given username. Returns a list of exercises for a given user. You can optionally specify to and or from dates and or a maximum amount of exercises to return. Okay, this. Hmm. Then I wonder what's the difference between these two. Because it's class of table and class of table. There's definitely some difference here. There's something that's different. Only difference is that we had 20/20/60 for the parameters. And this does come up to 100%. It's almost like it's not respecting what it's inside of. Hmm. It's weird because it doesn't do it for the other one, but it does do it for this one. I think the content that we have Let's do a min width of 600. So 400 and 450 changes everything. Cool. Adds a new exercise to a given user, creates a new user from a given username, returns a list of exercises for a given user. You can opt to specify to and or from dates and or maximum amount of exercises to return. And then finally returns a list of all registered users. Let's create an underline. Text decoration underline. See if that works. We'll create a user. That looks better, yeah. Okay, let's do that. Let's add underline to each one. And then we don't need to add the U every time. Okay, so I think that's literally our front page. And then exercise tracker, we just need to write a description of what essentially will do. I think it looks a bit better. We have everything fully documented. It's not supposed to be a user interface for the front end. It's an API, of course, and we're just documenting the API. A collection of APIs to manage exercise for a user. Yes? A collection of APIs to manage exercise tracking. Maybe? A collection of APIs to manage exercise tracking. Because before URL shortener returns a shortened URL from the given input URL. Or returns a timestamp, you know, like those things all do one thing, but this does multiple things. So we're just going to say a collection of APIs to manage exercise tracking. A collection of APIs to manage exercise tracking. To help manage exercise tracking, maybe? Adds a new exercise to a given user. Creates a new user from a given username. Returns a list of exercises for a given user. Returns a list of all registered users. Query parameters, user ID. From, to, and limit. Then create a user, which shows us what we get. Add an exercise. Get a list of a user's exercises. Get a list of all registered users. And then the responses should look like this. And then the response definitions. Cool, I'm happy with that. So we just got to convert it to our glitch project page. Essentially, that's all we need to do right now. And let's also clean this up. Our handle change function. This is to handle the there we go. This is the HTML that is complete. I'm happy with it. Don't need this anymore. Nor do we need this. This is also good. This is also good. The exercise root is good. The user root is good. The user schema is good. The exercise schema is good. I need this old example. The server is good as well. I think we have literally everything we need to start copying it over. Let's go ahead and do that. That's going to be exciting. We're going to still have roots. We're not going to have api.js. We are going to have roots index.js. And then we also need exercise.js in roots. that looks something like this. And in public we have a style.css, which looks a bit different. So let's go ahead and update with our one. And then we have models. We have exercise. We also have user. And then the views has also changed. Now it looks something like that. The server.js is also different. We also have a middleware folder. Was it middleware? Yeah. Then we have body parser.js. And obviously course and index. And let us get our index out. And this is why I built the project completely first before I upload it and share it on Glitch. Otherwise I would have to like configure all of this. So after middleware, that's done, we need controllers. So controllers. We have the models already. We have routes, we need services. What is it called? Database connection .js, which looks something like that. I think that's everything. Models, controllers, and then obviously we need to just change the envs and all that. So under scripts, we can start there we go. Start node server.js. Let's see if we can actually get it to work. I think the oh, that actually did work. Cool. Can I do node greater than 10? Which version of node do I want? Cool. Let's go add this to Express package. So if we update this, it should try to install. Cannot find app server. Is that because it's trying to start it? Okay, so everything is good. The only issue we have now is cannot find services database connection. It's date E. Oh my god, instead of date A. Data. There. So there's some things we need to kill. Process.send from server. There we go. That worked. Okay, so we should be able to view it right now. Once it decides to start up, if it wants to start up. We'll just draw like a little kitty. A weird ass kitty. And now I don't know what it's become. Should it take this long to start? There's no errors or anything. So that's weird. It's taking this long. Why does it take you so long to start? It should definitely not take that long. It's just stuck on starting. Because now we have no idea if it's actually working or not. Go look at our other projects quick. And delete the other ones. I don't think there's anything here. King Code, what's up? Hey! Nothing much, I'm just finishing this project so I can like pass it in as complete. Man, it's taken forever. But it's done. And your name is forever immortalized. Look at that right there, King Cold 1. You were the first user I created to test on, you know that? Only problem is now glitch won't freaking load my project. So now I have no idea how it's going. There's no errors or anything. It should just work. But no. Maybe we should change the server port to 3000. I think that's what the issue is. Yes. It was the port. There we go. It was just the port that needed to change to 3000. Wow, it's live. Yay. Here you go, guys. Have fun. I finally got it up and running. But we should actually check to see if we pass all the tests, shouldn't we? It's about damn time. Let me close all the other ones. Do we pass the tests? That is the question. Let's find out. First test. I can create a user by... Why? Like, all of it's failing. What the hell? Is there some kind of issue? Check the logs. No, there shouldn't be any kind of issue. Let's see what the network requests were. You got a 200 request. It did create the user. Wait, let me go check in my database. Yeah, it did. It created the user. There's no response. Wait, let's try... It tries to go to this URL. And there we go, we get the list of users. There's all the users. It works fine for me. Oh, I think it might be the origin. Because I set it to 5555. But we're not using 5555 anymore. course. Maybe we don't need course options anymore. Maybe we just need course. Maybe that's why. I think it's a course issue. Because it's obviously cross-origin. Let's try it again. Oh, now we don't even get anything. It's just like a timeout. Oh no, it worked. Never mind. Response payload. There we go, it worked. Yay! What was course? I could get an array of all users. That worked. Yeah, it was just course. I can add an exercise. There we go, that worked. I can retrieve a full exercise log. Wait, but that's not my one. That's his one. How did I mess that up so badly? Let's try that again. I got so excited for a moment. I was like, what? That's my one. I think it's still a course option, because now it's obviously not responding. Yeah, I definitely think it's a course issue. Because the moment I removed that, it just stopped working. We need to add something to it. Credentials true. Origin? What if we remove origin? Wait, that worked now? Let me try that again. I don't trust this. Exercise tracker. Stick that in there. Let's go. I can create a user. Okay, it created one. Okay, I'm happy with that. Next test, I can get an array. Yep, that's our array, alright. I can add an exercise. What did it try to do? Add. It entered the user ID, description and duration. And we got a response. So what's wrong then? I can add an exercise to any user by posting form data, user ID, description, duration, object, date to API. So if no dates, returned will be the user object with also the exercise fields added. Okay, so that didn't work, but this worked. It added crazy running to King Cold. Poor King Cold. I'm sorry, King Cold. Apparently you got crazy running. And I can retrieve part of a log. Yep, that worked. The only issue we have is this third one, where it's trying to add. So let's figure out what it's trying to do. This also fails. Internal server error. What? Yeah, that worked. Oh, that worked now. What is the response supposed to be? Oh, we're supposed to get a date, maybe? Because I got an ID. Same. Let's check ours. We got an ID, username, description. ID, username, description. Then there's a duration, and then there's a date. Except our date is that fancy date. So when adding it, maybe that's the issue. So controllers, exercise. When we return it back to you, return exercise.date, not to date string. But that's not, forget it's fine. It's for add. We can't do to date string on the add. I think that's why it's failing us. Let's try it again. No? And what's the difference between my payload and his payload? I'm gonna compare it. ID, same. Username, same. Description, same. Duration, same. Date, same. Wonder if it's just because the ID is too long. I noticed there's something weird here though. One ends in F33. Which is King Cold. How did it get that? Oh, probably the first user. And then the response is a completely different ID. We're getting something completely different. Ah. Okay, when you add it, it's adding the wrong ID. Should be user.id and user.username. Let's try that out. There you go. It worked. That was why we were returning the wrong ID each time. Okay, so let's try it from scratch. One final time. Exercise tracker. Let's see if we pass this baby and we can move on once and for all. Can we create a user? We apparently can. The response is that user. Can we get an array of all users? We apparently can. There's all the users. Can we add an exercise to any user? We apparently can. We added it again to King Code. Shame poor King Code. Can I retrieve a full exercise log of any user? We apparently can. There's all the crazing running for King Code. And finally, can we retrieve part of a log? Apparently we can. There we go. We've fully passed all the tests. 100% of it. Wow. Wow. Yeah. We did it. We should probably just change these links. But otherwise, that's it. So under views, index. See what happens if I change that like that. That worked, so we just removed the URL portion. So just do a /API. Yep. That works. And do the same for our views. And the only thing we changed was in our middleware course, we removed origin. Like that. That's the only thing we changed. On the server listening port to 3000. Cool. So that's it. We did it. We're done. That means that we can go to this thing over here and set the solution to that. APIs and microservices project exercise tracker is now complete. What's next is the file metadata microservice, which I feel should be way easier than what we've done. Ah, So we can choose a file to upload. We'll obviously do this tomorrow, but let's pick something. Here's a readme. Let's see what it sees. Name, readme. Type, application. Size. Wow, okay. Seems pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, we are done. We're officially done with the exercise tracker. And I can finally get to rest. One more project to go in the APIs and microservices projects and we can move on. That's pretty exciting. But yeah, I'm gonna call it a night and I'll see you guys on the next one. Have you followed the entire free code camp, by the way, before I head off? Yeah, I have. We started with the basic HTML and HTML5 section. And we moved across. We did all the projects, we did the JavaScript stuff, we did all the JavaScript projects, we did the front-end libraries, we did the data visualization, and yeah, then we got to the APIs and microservices, and we're on the final project, the APIs and microservices. Then we got information security and quality assurance, a few things to learn from there, and then we're obviously going to end off with 5 exciting projects before being fully complete with the free code camp curriculum. Woo! Authentic BAM. Thank you for that. Yeah, it's been quite the journey. But I'm exhausted and I need to get some sleep. But I'm looking forward to it. This should be way easy. The exercise tracker, I just spend way too much time polishing it compared to my other ones. It's, yeah, it's just, I have no words for it. But yeah, there's a lot of polish to it. We fully documented every endpoint. We gave examples that you can actually follow through. Oh, and I think the biggest thing that I did, which I didn't have to do, notice under add an exercise, we got cricket and 54 minutes, right? If I reload this page, check, it changed to bowling and 10. So every time you reload, you get a random exercise and a random amount that you can literally just go and submit, and it will add it to this default user, as an example, obviously. So if I go ahead and do that, kayaking 53, click submit, there you go, boom, it's been added. And then you'll see here, if I were to change kayaking, because this is an example of what the server would respond with. Now let's say the user changed kayaking to farming. Notice as I'm typing, the example response changes at the bottom. So I can literally be typing in this input and it's a controlled input that changes the example response, because if I were to submit this, the server would indeed respond with that. And there's the duration, which I could change, and then the date. If you were to invalidate it, it would say invalid date. And then let's say we want to go to 2025, the first 25, and there you go. I literally changed the data as well. So that was something I spent some time on, which I probably didn't have to do. And then getting a list of a user's exercises. This may look static, like it's got data here. But if this were to ever be outdated and there's new information on the server, it will replace this information with the server's information. And then getting a list of registered users is the first 5 users that are registered. And Sebastian, you made it into the top 5 users. I just checked your guys' names randomly as I was creating them. So King Cold was the first person I was testing with. I was third in the end. I was like, you know what, I want to create a user, I want to see what happens. So yeah, if you guys want to test it out, I'll drop the link. You can play around with it if you like. Probably won't interest anyone. It's not supposed to be a front-end thing with things for you to enter. It's an API, so you would pass it into your own application following the endpoints that I've listed. But yeah, it works. I passed all the tests. We are done. I signed up for Code Academy. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, Code Academy is really cool. They got some really cool free stuff as well. And yeah, if you don't mind paying for a subscription and all that, then it's definitely well worth it. But yeah, I'm gonna go get some sleep now before I pass out. Wow, I can't believe it. 3 days, that's how long I've been working on this. It shouldn't have taken that long. But I was polishing a lot of things. And I'm happy with it, it's done. I can look back and be like, wow. Cool. Good night, Sebastian, and everyone else. And I'll see you guys on the next one where we complete the file metadata microservice, which should definitely be super simple. It's literally just uploading a file, having the server tell us what the file is. So hopefully I can do it in, a single sitting. That's the plan. But we'll see how that goes. Until then, bye for now.